Alright, we can start on the fifth now.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back. The sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good, solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. with plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance. Headquarters signed and written at amfam.com.
Amfam.com is the web discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, S9, its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin. Ready to roll. Turn left. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn right.
here just off the exit, right at the exit, Mike. You got Jersey Wall on the right. Every exit 59, you don't need a boat there, Mikey. And honestly, I can make more money truck driving than I can staying at home working EMS and fire. I work 48-hour shifts where I live at. So I do 48 on, then I do sometimes 3 times 6, so it'd be 48 on, 24 on, 44 on, 48 on, 48 on. Sometimes it's back and forth, so sometimes I work 3 days in a week, but it'd be 48 hours all at once and 24 off and 24 on. And sometimes I would only work 48 hours in a week, but every 2 weeks I was only bringing home $1,200 after taxes and everything. I can go ahead and truck drive and make $1,200 to $1,800 a week. You spend a lot of time on the road, make that kind of money. Well, I don't have to do that. I don't go every weekend still, but I still do. I still get 30 or 35 miles a week, so I can anything like that, and I can still roll down the road pretty good. So, and I usually leave on Sunday and get home Friday. And I'll have Friday afternoon, Saturday off, and lay back out Sunday afternoon. Are you down there about an hour from where I live? Where are you from, driver? Van Buren, Arkansas. I'm pretty close to Mountain Home. So I'm not going to start worrying until I start seeing freight slow down. As long as freight's running the way it is, we're okay. It'll never get warm in Indianapolis. I'm out in Indianapolis, but it don't never get warm up here. I'm from down there in North Carolina where it stays beautiful. It's a little bit better than that love down there at Port Allen. Everybody looks like you're going to get out. Yeah, not by much, though. Yeah, sure.
Job done. Stay right, then turn right.
What's going on, CB? Morning. Rolling this T680. I just came across, so. Nothing planned, just trying to get something done. I know how long I'm gonna be doing this today. I ain't got no real plans, but I do got plans. So I'm gonna see if I can make some moves today. Hopefully. It's chilly outside, but that doesn't stop me from doing what I need to do. So, I gotta get some things done. Got some other things done. Inside the house, so got some outside work to do. Not no yard work, but other things that need to get prepped up. Start putting some things back together. So, yeah, but other than that, hopefully everything is all well, CB. I hear you. Yeah, I really wasn't planning to play this. You know, I was playing SnowRunner yesterday, and that's my game right there. So I don't know if anybody really like it as much as I like it. So I just change it up a little bit. I seen a couple of your links. So. But I've been keeping my ear to the ground, bro. Yeah, washing clothes and dishes. Okay, good stuff. You know you gotta, the real life stuff you gotta do. Always gotta do. SnowRunner. Well, this, American Truck Simulator. Yeah, normally I try to play SnowRunner as much as I can. Like the whole point of the physics, the aspect you can tear up stuff and then you can tear up the trucks as much as you want, take the trucks to the, as far as you can take them. That's what I like about that game. So I know they had it on discount for Steam for a few weeks. I don't have it on Steam. I have it on Epic Games. I wish I would have got it on Steam at some point. I think I would have benefited better with it, with the discounts and stuff. Because I paid full price for a lot of my stuff. On the flip side, they did at least give me some free games on there. So I'll take that. And T680 with the Vanguard trailer. So T680 ain't bad. Not bad. Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially when you're trying to vent out, take frustration out. Cool game. It's about as relaxing as well. A lot of people don't like it because it's complicated for them. So I'm not gonna hate on nobody. But it's a thinking game. It's a strategy game. You have to get out here and only time I don't want to think is at work. That's the only time I don't want to think. Because I want to make that money as easy as I can. It's already hard just trying to get to work. So that's the only time I want to make it. I don't want to be thinking. I don't even really want to be thinking while I'm doing this. It would be so much like work. It's got the modified transmission in it. He did a pretty good job. That say he did a pretty good job to this stuff. I'm not a fan of the Confederate flag, but other than that, I don't like flags. They did a good job to it. I'm rolling with the I got the CB Chatter off of one. It was a couple links. Channel. I'll show you real quick. Yeah, channel 11, channel 19, channel 20, and channel 3. But you know all these is Uncle D. You know, so I got a music player, a strictly CB chatter. A lot of that stuff that I was running was copyright, so I don't run it now. I just went on ahead and just put all that in there, and then I got the radio stream. You know, so far I've been getting copyright. I ain't been getting no copyright strikes, but I've been getting copyright. Just ain't doing no better for the channel or nothing. So you know how that is. Yeah. I know. I understand that, bro. They could have left that. They could have left it out. Yeah, I hear you. If it wasn't for the truck's sake, you know, I wouldn't drive it. I'm from the north, so you know, and I got people in the south, so I know. I respect that, bro. But I'm just rolling it. I don't know. It's got an SA flag in here too at the bottom, so I don't know. Maybe they multicultural. I don't know. Be surprised. Yeah. At the end of the day, we all mixed, so it's okay. You know, I got some Indian in my family, Cherokee in my family, and whatnot. So, you know, I'm not gonna hate on you. You know, knowing your culture and respecting your culture and all that stuff. That's something that anybody should know. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I found a lot of these mods have you know, flags and stuff in them. That's why I try to be very neutral. I don't even like the flag period. I don't even, you know, pledge allegiance to nothing. I mean, you know, nothing that has to do with the country. Very neutral on that part. Because the politics behind it is the thing at all. Like, you know, we've been Americans all our lives and we ain't get nothing out the deal. You know, but everybody else get what they want. You got to work hard just to get what you need to have. So, you know, I'm definitely not a fan of none of this stuff, really. I mean, I love the game. The whole concept of you being able to drive across the state. So other than that, I have time for it. And that's the thing about me. I'm a realist. That's one thing. I'm probably about the most unique person you will ever meet. I love everybody. I mean, you respect the place. If you pushing that kind of envelope, I gotta respect in that note, because at least you standing for something. You know, I always say if you're gonna if you don't stand for something, you go for any shit. So other than that, you know, that's why I try to do my thing. And that's probably why I don't have that much going on this channel. I respect it. You know, first can't tell me I ain't trying to get the best content I can. What's going on, Brad? Lowshaw. Thanks for becoming a follower. Appreciate that. And that's all it is to it. I mean, I love the CB chatter. I love the whole concept of the trucking aspect, because that's something that that I'm around. I've had my CDLs for a nice amount of time where I hold a lot of weight, you know, when it comes out of that. I didn't been a driver my whole career. That's something that I could at least hold on to, and nobody could take from me. And I still hold all the cards with that. You know, if I work a job, I work it because I want to work. It ain't because I have to. You know? And a lot of things I could have been doing. It's just that I'm living my life at my terms, on my terms, by my rules. You know, and if I deal with something, I do it because I want to. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He got a lot of stuff. Well, you can horse's mouth. You know who he is. Get it from the horse's mouth. I know he probably got a lot of exclusive stuff, bro. He probably got stuff that probably we ain't even heard of. He's the one that put it together. So why not get it from the horse's mouth? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I love everybody. Everybody that's putting out content. They doing their thing. I just hooked y'all up with Cali Girl Gaming, and she don't do a lot of talking. She chats through the chat, but she West Coast, and she when it comes down to skinning, she can skin. If you actually reach out to her, she's a skinner. I don't know. You have to talk to her on her lover, in order to really find out what you want. But she does custom stuff. So, we got some information. So, I got to stay coherent because I got visitors coming. Check out some stuff. Oh yeah, man, for a long time she used to drive. I call her Miss Cruz. If you don't be personal, on a personal note, you'll find out who she is. And I've been dealing with her for a long time. When it comes down to information and being real, that's what I'm talking about. That's all it was all about. Be real. I respect you. At the end of the day, you ain't no. I understand. I respect that. I respect you being that than being fake. Just be real. Because we agree to disagree. And I always try to keep it business. In every aspect, I try to keep it business. And that's what it's all about. It's all about business. Nothing personal. It's all business. And when it comes down to business, you can get a lot of things done because it's like if I had a store, everybody can come through. I'm not hating. Everybody can come through. Why? Because you got what I need to have. And just like I got what you need, you got what I need. And that's what it's about. And even a content creator, I expect you to be as real as you know how. I don't expect you to copy nobody else's stuff. Have your own thing. You come on, you do your own thing. You have your own vibe. You have your own, and that's what it's all about. Got the air ride on this boy. This boy is nice. I mean, it's nice. It's nice. I can't knock it. And I got this one off the mod side. And so far it's been stable. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking for stable. I'm looking for I'm looking for originality. If I see originality and something, I've always been a fan of the T680. T680 and the 579. I found out I've been listening to half-fast games. Now he's not off the grid. A lot of people think he's off the grid, but he done stuff really started hitting. So now we got to sort of regroup. Which family is always first. I don't give a shit what you talking. Family's always first. Okay. When it comes down to taking your family, trying to make money for your family, but at the end of the day, still have your dignity behind it. Okay. And the thing about it is, this is something I always try to create an atmosphere that everybody can relate to and understand. Now, truckers, this is what truckers deal with all the time. They hear this all. Sometimes they turn the radio down. I always try to keep that atmosphere. Okay, if I'm playing the train, I got atmosphere. I mean, if I hear the train radio going on, and I got broadcast, was it Broadcast By or something like that, where I can actually hear the train radio. all the communication stuff. That would be something that I would like to have. Maybe Uncle D would probably put something together like that. Because I'm trying to get in, I'm trying to always be in the atmosphere, just like they're doing this, there's some that are doing the flight stuff. You got the radio in the background. It brings the atmosphere, So when I'm driving, I mean, if you see me sort of doing some stuff, I'm doing my thing, but I'm always trying to get it in my head. That's all why you see head tracker on. I have to get outside of my space sometimes. And that's what it's all about. Getting outside your space. Because life is difficult. Life is difficult. And this is what I'm talking about. You hear, this is just like me being in the truck, for real. This is something that I wanted to do. This would have been perfect for me and my wife to do, because she wanted to drive the truck at one time, and it would have been perfect. She got a girl studio, been doing tag team, and that's what she got a lot of going on out here. A lot of tag teaming, and I've always wanted to do a logistics type owner operator type atmosphere. In some cases I did like with last stream I did a traveling stream. It's unique from anybody else's stuff. That's why I stopped. Not to say anybody not to use the RV. Go on and get the RV. If you want a copy of the RV, I give it to you. There's technically one on in the workshop. I don't know how accurate it is, but the one that I got actually has a trader hit. So you can pull the trader, do like I did. But you have your own flavor. Just like you got, macaroni and cheese can be made a dozen different ways. And then this is technically a female driver in here. So this is like my wife in here. This ain't my wife, but this is like my wife's truck. So this is almost like a scene for my wife. But I think one of these profiles was hers. And I was trying to get her in, to come behind here just to see how it feels. But this is not a cup of tea. So but it's relaxing. I mean, I am in a relaxed space. I'm in a positive space. I have the airways open for anybody to say hello. Have a good time. Chop it up, whatever. And that's what I do. I try to keep that neutral space for everybody. A lot of things I don't talk about because it can get difficult. But other than that, I try to keep that space. Family space. Yeah. All right, let me get rolling. I think I got the voice. Got to find out the airbag. The airbag too low. I don't hear him going down and up. That boy pancake. And had that boy sitting on the ground. Why is it back up? I haven't been in the 680 in a minute. Oh man, hold on. Oh, I gotta go and put this thing in the shop. This is my trailer. I got the wrong. I'm glad I seen that. I got the low. I got the hook up at the bottom. Now, if I wouldn't have never did that, then I wouldn't have. See, I don't care. When stuff like this happens, I encourage this kind of stuff because it's different. If you didn't catch it, I would have caught it. Right. So I got to put this boy in the shop. I got to find a shop. So all this is content. I'm gonna try to keep my ears open as much as I can because I gotta fulfill. 8:30. I got a appointment between 8:30 and 12. They're gonna look at what they need to look at. That'll be it. Probably about a 5-minute deal. Right. Now, And when I have nothing planned, this is perfect. This is the atmosphere that I always wanted to have, where I don't have nothing going on. I just get out here. You know, I got CB over here chopping it up with me, hanging out with me. Brad Lowshaw just became a follower. You know, he can say hello, or whatever you want to do. It's cool. That's what I'm talking about. That's all. So I always try to keep a neutral space. Even at work, I try to keep a neutral space. I keep a neutral space. At times for the crazy stuff. You know. All right, let's roll. I showed wanted to run some tunes, but I'm like, well, they can't copyright me for the CB chatter now unless Uncle D decides to copyright me. Uncle D, you ain't gonna copyright me, are you? You ain't gonna copyright me for using your stuff in my stream like everybody else cut my head off. Everybody off of the freaking pennies, boy. That's crazy. And that's one thing that I've always respected, you know. Bro, look on this boy. I gotta take this boy to the shop. I got the wrong. I hope I can change these trailer cables. Normally you can't change them when you got a run, but we'll see. I got them all wrong. They all twisted up and broke up because I got the wrong. This setup is mainly for I won't call it. It's called something below. You probably know what I'm talking about, Stevie. You know when you connect from the back end, which I wish this truck would have had that. That would have been slick too. I like the scrolls. I like the lights are okay. And the whole concept, I didn't have to put all those lights in. You know, I ain't got a whole bunch of notes trying to tell me how to put the controls in. I mean, not the controls, but the lights in, you know. Even though I commend the modders for doing that, I'm not into trying to do all that. You know, if you got a light strip, I'll put it up there, boom. You know, because it's just too much. Yep, you got it. I got the wrong one. Because this is that Vanguard. You know about that Vanguard. That Vanguard is nice. That Vanguard is nice. That's a nice trailer. Perfect. You did an excellent job to this trailer, man. That's the thing I like about modders. You know, y'all out here trying to bring the best you can. Oh, back to Half-Ass Gaming. He's on Spotify. I was listening to him on Spotify. This dude got a podcast on Spotify, bro. And I'm like, wow, this dude is really, really doing some stuff. I wanna support him on his Patreon thing. I gotta look into that. You can look into it if you know how to go there. Half-Ass Gaming. If you think it'd be something good for us to connect to, because he's always been neutral. I didn't even know he was Canadian, but he's always tried to keep a positive atmosphere. And he does an excellent job when it comes down to trying to educate you on these mods and stuff, especially Blender. You know, so I gotta see. He got some nice other stuff. I know he got the 3XX that's really popular. Slowly putting in his Snow Runner. I got his Workstar truck in Blender already. I mean, not in Blender, in Snow Runner. It's got a depth. I don't think it's got a depth lock. I think it's just got depth lock. It don't have all-wheel drive. But it's not a bad truck. He did an excellent job. Anything that Jeff, I forgot Jeff T. I call him Jeff T. because he got an interesting last name. And I hate to mess up people's last names, but everybody knows what I'm talking about. But this dude actually sits there and figures this stuff out, man. That's huge. And then he's so humble that he's able to go on ahead and get help from somebody else. Who does that? Ain't too many people that do that. You can't be this all-time hero all the time. You gotta have help. You gotta have freaking help. You know? You see those motorhomes? That would be a perfect. That would be something nice to be a load on a step deck or something like that. Jesus. Going here for a minute. And then the thing about it is, one thing I've learned, the CB, he have a good time. He's doing his thing, and he's not rushed. Nothing is rushed. Just like I got an appointment. I'm not gonna cut the string. I just go on ahead and, I gotta go and get this checked out, and y'all just sit there. If you decide to sit there, you sit there. My string will still be open. Why? Why do me? Ooh, those lights, that big, man. Wow, that is nice. That is nice. And that's what you gotta have. I got that T880. That T880 is nice too. I got a 700. I gotta figure out how to. I don't know why I can't get it in the game. That and that 9500. But I know somebody else got one that's already made. They want $30 for it. I don't know, man. I mean, I paid for the what was it, 69. What was the truck? That 6900, something like that. I forgot what it is. Yeah. That's what it's about, man. And that's what actually inspires this game inspires you to get your license, to get the, see, I'm doing this and they ain't even got to be on the road. I ain't got to worry about the stress of the road. I ain't got to worry about, politics behind it. Got to know if I got a load. All this crazy stuff that I don't have to deal with. That boy is nice. That is so nice. And that's why I had put this truck together way before I actually decided to run it. The game was crashing. Then I had to figure out why it was crashing. Might have had too many mods, you know how that is. And then coming to find out I had two of the same trucks in there. I was like, dang, I'm gonna have to take one of these trucks out. And it happened. Alright, let's go with this Vanguard now. Now this is gonna make it official and make it fixed for real now. Okay, so the trader. Those little details. People just don't realize the importance of that. Landing gear. Oh yeah. Those are 24s. Those are 24 5s for the Peterbilt, but I got one little conflict in here. I got a texture issue on one of the rim, for all the other trucks when you when you going to buy the truck, which is probably something small. But, I don't worry about that kind of stuff. What? Is it on the truck or is it on the trailer? I don't know. Oh, it is on the trailer. Yeah, it's on the trailer. Here. Yeah, but I give it to like Pinga and Bart. They putting all that customization, but you see how many notes it is? That's good enough. I can't deal with all those notes. My wrist can't handle it. I'm dealing with a lot of wrist issues already. You know, I beat my wrists up, my wrists and my hands and my body up 10 hours a day. You know, and I just can't, deal with all that. Where's and I would have caught this before. I just gotta go through it. Trying to find out where's that? Put this fender on there. That's Vanguard. That's like I'm not. Yeah, that's it, man. I was supposed to put covers on this. Now this is some of the American wheel pack. I got those, and this is what's the name truck? Busted Rims for his truck. Oh, I wanted to put the covers on it. Now, some people will say, "Ooh, that's ugly." It's all about aerodynamics, man. People don't really understand the realistic stuff, concept of aerodynamics. That saves me gas, saves me fuel. Now, I wish I actually had the Dove, what is that? The duck tail. What's the name? It goes on the back here. That'd have been slick. They would have put it on here, but maybe it wasn't meant to be. Maybe it'd be stuff they put on there later on or whatever. Now I gotta see. Why I can't find. I must be looking too hard. Ooh, I didn't even know there was light markers for that. Oh man, I should have seen that. Trailer tape. Trailer tape. Cover. Hey, what's the name? Should have been right here. Oh, I know where it's at. I know where it's at. I'm looking in the wrong place. I know where I'm looking. There we are. Let me look in here. Because sometimes it's in the chassis, and that's only based on what SCS put together. That's not it. Oh, that is interesting. I sure would have thought that it would be right there. That is so weird. Okay, maybe that's it. There it is. Okay, there it is. So I found it. So the Reefer 2023A Custom is the actual one for the under. So I found it. Where did I find it? Somewhere later. There we go. I was driving that new generation 5. A lot of work. Yeah. And that's the thing. A lot of these trucks need a lot of work. I mean, it takes time. You will get burnt out literally trying to keep this stuff up to date. I mean, it's just so much to be done. And I messed around with Blender. I'm like, dude, I commend y'all modders, man. Y'all, All right, what's going on? Thanks, Billy Luigi. Okay, thanks, appreciate it. Thanks for becoming a follower. Thanks for sharing. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate all the support. That's all I've been trying to do. That's all. Oh, come on, man. I can't. Now look at this. I can't even change because I gotta get. So I gotta roll with these traders like this. Oh, y'all playing me. Y'all playing me. All right. Well, at least give me what I got already. All right. God. That's the thing about doing trailer work. Won't let you change anything. So what I'm gonna have to do, I'm gonna drop this. I hate to abandon it, and it's a good run too, very good run. But I need to fix these traders. These trader cables, they killing me. And if I knew that it was like that, I would. That was tacky, real tacky. Yeah. Just like my was it Unique Gamer 13? That's my dude. he's Jamaican. He's my dude. That dude talked about something. Yeah. No, this truck doesn't have it. It'd been nice if it did. Maybe it do. I don't know. I don't think so. It show would have been. It show would have been slick if it did. But it don't matter, man. I mean, I get another run. Not a problem. Yeah, it's only got the conventional want the free Cascadia. Yeah, I'll take that, bro. Yeah. I need an accessory pack. I need to find out. I was trying to reach out to one of my connections about for my 5900. I wanted a accessory pack for it because that's mainly what a lot of these trucks. Yeah. The accessory pack is nice. People don't realize that. That's and then that's just like Borman's modding. They trying to put they got that Pinnacle. Man, I knew I should have bought that Pinnacle. I knew I should have bought it. Now my money is sort of funny right now. I knew I should have bought it. I seen so much potential in those trucks. Seen so much potential. And a lot of it's not it's the textures that actually make the truck pop. That's what people don't understand. If you take the textures off this truck, if you put two trucks, take the texture off of here, take the textures off a high-end truck, it's the same. It's the same. What's going on, Cecil? What's going on? Appreciate all the reactions, y'all. Yeah, this is a Mexican truck. These essays is putting these trucks together. You see what is it? KO Customs. That's who actually put this truck. Put the little stuff on here. I'm gonna have to probably try to reach out to him to see if he can. Normally they put customized airlines on these trucks. That's sort of weird. All right, let's go on in and fix this trailer. I just couldn't keep driving like that. For airlines to get airline support, Yeah, yeah, yeah. And they put some stuff together. I mean, they try to make things better, and that's all I'm saying. Anybody is trying to do anybody's trying to make things better. Yeah. And I don't know, nobody. Hey man, one of my tires is different. I just noticed that. One of my tires is different. That one's smaller than that one. I need to fix my tires too. Yeah, I had to be asleep when I put this truck together. I truly had to be asleep. Okay, so this is what it is. The Peterbilt. This is what I got on here. But I'm sure I got the wrong tires on here. Now 24.5, 24.5, 24.5, 275. Yep, told you I had the wrong tire on here. Wow. There you go. Now it's sitting like it's supposed to. Wow. Now it's sitting like it's supposed to. Excellent. Nice. That's why I said I have time to do that. You know, I have time. I make sure I have time to do certain things. And like for instance, whoever put this on there, kudos. You know, shout out. You know. And then this thing got some serious motors in it too. Got some serious motors. Now it's sitting like it's supposed to. I didn't notice that. That's so weird. I was looking at those tires. I kept looking. Something kept telling me those tires was not right. It just kept telling me, like, your tires are not right. Your tires are not right. Okay, I got you. All right, so now we're gonna go on and get another one. I went on and put the stacks on there. I really should have left the stacks off. I only put them up there because we got a shorter run anyway. So that's perfect. I didn't want to really do that long run anyway. Because sometimes some trucks, I'm learning trucks. The more I deal with trucks, yeah. Thanks, Cecil, Abel, yeah. Oh yeah. And that's the thing I'm liking. You know, the T680's always been my favorite truck. Ever since they made them stacked, where you can get stacked trucks now. One thing I need people to do now is to take the stacked trucks and start making them custom. Take the truck, SES done put the model in here. Take it and make custom trucks. You can put a tag axle on one, and stack it. I mean, you can have another one flipped around the other way. I mean, it's ways of doing things, man. You got stuff right here and you won't figure it out. Like I'll show you perfect example. Watch this. And I'm just I don't know if I can do that. I don't know. But y'all know what I'm talking about. The stack trucks like these. Okay? Somebody could make 3 of these and have them stacked right behind each other. Or put like a tag axle on one. We got trucks where you can put tri-drives on them. They got tri-drive configuration. Make them stack them up. Not hard. It's not hard. Create stuff. Just like I just told Eddie, whatever, the guy, the modern guy named Eddie. I had him add a wrecker body, a wrecker truck to the Globe Boy. That's all I did. Morning. That's all I did. Y'all got all this influence. Modders are always looking for something new. They looking for something new. Always. you know. And I just seen, I was coming from Akron, and I posted it in my page. I seen two school buses being towed right behind each other. It was the most craziest thing I ever seen in my life. I never thought that they actually put hitches on school buses and had them pulling each other. And it was nobody in that truck in the one that was being towed. Nobody was in there. The lights were hooked up to the main bus, but both the buses, it was a convoy, two buses being pulled right behind each other. Most craziest thing. Yeah, but that's being creative. That's all that is. That's just being creative. That's no different than you actually, like, for instance, just like Nitro Mod. Nitro Mod he has I don't know if it's an attachment that you can put on your truck, and where you can turn this into a tow truck. It's got a wrecker body. Yeah, but that's just being, and then you said you from the South, so that could be that's a Southern thing, because technically at the end of the day, you know what? Transporting is very expensive, bro. I can vouch for it because now watch this. I can give you an example, perfect example. I was working for a parking company years ago, and technically I was supposed to have been just, I was a valet driver and I was a shuttle driver. Okay, so I had both worlds. I got a chance to park cars and I got a chance to drive. I got a chance to keep my CDL active. Okay, all right. So they needed me to actually help another driver bring two shuttle buses back from Elkhart, Indiana. Okay, that's 5 miles. That's 5 hours away from where I am. Okay, that's what they had to do. Now they had, wow, look at this. What the heck? What the heck is that? Oh my God. What is that? What is that? I need to take a picture. Oh, that is slick. Oh my God. I'm seeing stuff in traffic. I got a traffic mod in here. And one thing I'm learning with these modders, they're putting some stuff together. You don't know what they got in their back pocket, But my goal is to be able to test people's stuff as much as I can. If they allow me to. Yeah. Front window tint. Yeah. Yeah, but I actually had to me and another driver had to transport brand new buses. It was 2016 buses. Brand new. And we had they technically came from they was well, two of them came from Kentucky. I didn't get a chance to go to Kentucky, but I had to bring the other two from Elkhart, Indiana. Okay. Now technically we were supposed to have in transit plates. They just gonna tell us, oh well, y'all don't need no plates. You gotta be. You telling me I'm coming from Indiana? You think those Smokies ain't gonna pull me over? And we already of the we already of the wrong shade when it come down to trying to transport those buses. We didn't have no problems, but they paid for our food and if we had to stay in a hotel, they would have paid for all that. The company would have paid for all that. I ate Hardee's. I mean, I lived it up. They had one of the supervisors he had one of the company cars. He took us out there, and then we drove the buses back. And those buses, we were rolling, boy. We were rolling. I had my GPS and my on my phone to get me back, even though I was behind the driver. We were bobtailing, and I was like, this is cool, this is so cool. That was the whole coolest part about having my CDLs, because I got a chance to use my CDLs on by my own rules in so many words, you know. Yeah. So yeah, those buses, you know, they end up being like 10, 11 years old, and they probably be junk now because a lot of those shuttle buses don't last long if you don't take care of them. You have to keep them sprayed underneath them because the weather will kill them. You know, especially salt. You know, you're dealing with snow belt states and stuff like that. Yeah. So. The Jake brake is just sick. And this thing got some Z-Mod engines in it. Wow. Yeah, but CDL driving the truck used to be fun. I mean, driving with CDLs used to be pretty fun. Now it's just it's worse than, well, in my opinion, for me, I'm just talking because I end up with some other issues. You know, all that sitting. All the people don't understand. A lot of that. If the vehicle don't take the shock, you're gonna take the shock. So, you know, you still have to be careful. So you must have lost that run. So I might as well grab this one. Yeah. That's the thing about, you have to pay attention to these numbers right here. Those that may not know. But just like I said, nothing planned. Just going with the flow, allowing people to come in and say hello, or, you know, show their support. That's it, man. Enjoying my off day as much as I can. I'm gonna try to make some moves, but I already have a job already. I'm about to come out and make sure I'm prepared for that. So, and that's making sure inspecting people get in and check out my my property, so I can still stay in good standing. So I still have a place to live. So that's what it's about. Close to the wall. Now they have a what they call, and if y'all notice, I'm doing a lot more driving backwards because there's a achievement that you can get, but I think you have to do like 100. I mean, I'm saying 100. That's too much. 20. I think it's 20 back up, and you get the achievement for doing them. So. And I've always been a fan of bagging up. That's something I've always did. I bag up all my stuff, my cars, trucks, anything. And being a valet driver, we had to learn how to do that anyway. Because cars have to be able to come out. You pull them head in, and you gotta try to get them turned around just to, you know, because we were in an open parking lot. So, I mean, open garage. So. Oh boy. Alright, I'm gonna get this cargo. Now we can go on and proceed. Look at that. That is nice. Get the lights, man, on that truck. Crazy.
Let's go.
Now, I would have probably put a different horn on here, but it ain't hard for me to put a different horn on here. All I do is just take the values, take the script, the name of this truck, whatever the name of this truck resides within the game and put it in another horn. You know, but I haven't got a chance to really go over this. Yeah, I haven't got a chance to really go over this truck. I just been driving it, just been hanging with it. And that's why I try to, the essays, everybody, I mean, in their respective place, I say that, are trying to do what they can, for to make the game better. That's all I can say. And if you're trying to do that, you're doing well. I wish I knew. I wish D-Modeler was better than it is, because now they want money. And that's the thing that you got to understand, that people ain't got no money for that, to be paying for that stuff, and then you got to go through all that crazy stuff. Wait a minute. Did I actually? There's my torque. My torque. Why is my truck not shaking? Turn this up. I want to get in the rain a little bit. Hang in the rain a little bit. My drive shaft. Okay. It's not stiff enough. I mean, I gotta turn it down. That's why it's not shaking like it's supposed to. I like that torque. Just something about that body moving around.
Stay right, and then continue straight.
Alright, back on the road. Yeah, one thing I always liked it, a clean look. You can have too much customization on a truck or trailer, and then it can create problems. Nothing wrong with it. It's just the whole kind. It's just with me. I've always liked that clean look. Now the lights I got on the bottom is not bad on this type of truck because they were dynamic. So if I was dealing with like a W900 with someone, I got to get back into my W900, and I'll probably put a quieter motor in it, just for the simple fact because I miss it. I miss those trucks. I got so many trucks in here, I don't even get a chance to use them all. Got a 4700 International that I got to check out, which I like to use that for light duty construction type work, not heavy stuff, but the 4700 is not really made for that kind of stuff. Now this truck ain't bad. Now if I had a tandem, well, technically even with a tandem, because I have a lot of trucks that drive past my house a lot, and I'm always looking at them and seeing, yep, I'm getting to work, I'm rolling, so hammer down. It's about hammer down. Gotta get hammered down. Try to put it in cruise mode a little bit. I don't want to be sort of rushing too much. You know, you could be rushing and then think that that's what you're supposed to do all the time. But, you know, because I've been rushing in every career I've gotten into. And I just refuse to be rushed all the time. If I rush, to be only for one point, and that's it. My own self, my own personal, my time to be rushing. I mean, I know I understand the urgency of getting things done. Okay. Okay, no, I'm talking about putting your truck. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, sometimes, you know, because you know, sometimes you can put too many mods in, and then you have a conflict. Like, I got a 386 that I just got. Okay. Just put it together, and you know how you got that little pause, you know, before it shows up into the showcase, before you buy it. I was thinking the game about to crash. And which would have been okay. You know, I wouldn't have liked it because I just put the truck together. So, and sure enough, the truck went on ahead and, you know, showed up. So I was like, okay, cool. Bought the truck and went on ahead and made sure I saved the game. You know, so I may hop in it, the 386. Because I had a 386 before, and this one is nice. You know, I think it may be the same truck. It's just that somebody went on ahead and modified it, or did put their own little flavor on it, or whatever, and which is greatly appreciated. You know, and that's a truck that I used to drive all the time. Now the thing about it is, it don't have. I may have to take my what they call that, my scroll that you can put in the clearance light on it, because it don't have a note for the beacon. You know, I love beacons. I love trucks with beacons, so you know, or at least have where I can be able to put the beacons on it. You know, because even though I'm pulling this, I may decide to go on and pull specialty trailer or something. You never know what you're gonna do. So always try to have stuff prepared. Even when I used to play Truckers MP a lot, I used to my epic truck that I used to use a day cab. Okay, and I used to put the biggest motor in it, and I would put the biggest motor in it, and I would make sure it's stubby. You know, it wouldn't be a 4x2, but it would be like a 6x4, and it would be a day cab, perfect to do whatever I need to do. You know, and I was doing everything with that truck, everything, and the whole concept of you being able to go into the server, that was epic, because you had everybody in there, and they showcased these trucks. It's cool, you know, real cool. You know, I gotta get back into Truckers MP one day. They are stepping their game up a whole lot. I know, a whole lot. I think I missed my turn. I think I was daydreaming a little bit. Sort of on the tired side a little bit. Let me stop it real quick. You got a big old paragraph. They did the thing. Did the thing. If you gotta be in these things, American truck in there. You use multiple trucks instead of one. You're gonna have to take out, put in a lot of mods. Don't work together. That comes driving more. Run trucks, especially using mods. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I tried to at least have one profile that actually has a lot of trucks that I know that I can use, you know, and I work around them. Well, I never know how I'm gonna come. So I normally try not to plan anything as much as I can because you never know, you know. And a lot of times when you downgrade your mods down to a point where you can be able to see what the game is actually doing, like the traffic. That's why it's certain mods I use. Let's say I use certain trader mods. I use a couple trucks here and there, just for, I run the regular trucks. It don't bother me, I do not, I like the mods, but I don't like them to the point where I'm obsessed with them. I like to have them, and then I check them out after I get them, whatever. Other than that, just like the pay mod. Last year was technically the actual first year that I've actually bought as many mods as I bought, and that was just only because that was just something I wanted started to do, to look into other avenues, and you only live once, so that's the way I was thinking, and I was seeing a lot of good stuff. I was thinking business, on a business note. It wasn't even personal, and I just try to make sure, and I tell anybody, just make sure you have a profile just strictly for streaming. And I've did it because I think this one is one of my Convoy. This is my Convoy profile that I had made, but I put mods in it, I just make sure. If you're going to be running mods, make sure you have an extra profile. I tell anybody that you always don't never use your main profile. You got a profile. You don't want, you have a profile off to the side where if something happens with the mods, it don't bother. And now they about to start coming out with some accessory packs for these trucks. SCS putting stuff together, bro. We don't know what they have, and I'm gonna probably try to nudge them. You notice we got the 579 stacks now, piggyback truck. We got the T680, the 49X, and we got the 579. Before you know it, we're gonna have some more trucks. But I'm gonna try to influence them to put some custom trucks together, something like that, or make them where they're not the same truck or the same different colors, even though it may be conflict because when you're dealing with the stacked truck, that's like one model. So to actually change up the traders, you gotta really be really good with the textures. Which there's some people out here that are good with textures like that. Because I actually seen some triple trailers. We'll say the 20 was a 24-foot trailer, 28 foot, and they were somebody actually had made skins for each one of those trailers and had them all, they was all together, but they were individually different. Like you was dropping, you picking up multiple trailers as you were traveling your journey, and then you can drop them off as you go. You know, in that sort of atmosphere. But I'm gonna go ahead and stop at this rest stop so we can get daylight. See how much time I got. Probably ain't got no time. Probably ain't gonna be able to do it. Yeah, it's on. I'm gonna be late if I do it, so I'm gonna have to drive through the night. I'm going to take care of it. I drove. I mean, I don't mind driving at night in the game because I did it so long, and you'd be surprised what you get. Just got another achievement. I guess it was something over here historic on something. You passed something. Okay, I thought it was something here. I guess not. I want to see something real quick because we're in Texas still, and they were supposed to have been doing some things right here. See, they actually did it. They're supposed to have been adding a factory for Peterbilt. That's why they came up with the 579, because they decided to create a dealership there. Not a dealership, I mean a factory like Kenworth. So it's supposed to be in here, and I've been looking to make sure it hasn't popped up on me yet. But that's actually, and then this is a new company now, where you get all your stack trucks now. So since they actually made an actual company now, all your transporting like let's say trucks, stuff like that, you can use that. You can use that in your mod now. You know. So I was going to use this, add this to some of my I don't know if I was going to add it to that low boy as my own edit. I don't know. I just didn't. A lot of this stuff I wasn't really ready to really start tackling again. But a simple fact, because I spent too much time doing other things and don't get other main things that I need to get done. So that's all that is. So they haven't updated that yet. So they may be still working on it. They're probably going to show some information on it. I'm surprised they didn't just release it. I don't know. You never know what SPS stuff is. Yeah, we had an hour and 42 minutes so far. I was in good standings with Facebook so far with the Level Up program still. So I think the last other streams that kept me in compliance, so which is looking good. Just trying to make sure I balance everything out. So this may be the last one because I don't have my body ain't really got the energy to be on here all day, and I need to be trying to figure some things out for the rest of the day. Plus I got some other things I gotta do later on, so I don't want to burn myself out by doing this. I appreciate everybody coming through. Followers, the many more followers. I've been inviting a few folks to like the page and all that stuff that I'm supposed to be doing. That's been working out. So we're creeping at 600 followers. So I think they reached 540, something like that. I'm not sure the correct number, but I know I just been getting people, so I just continue on with growing and just like this. But to be appreciative of that. Now I may show that 386 off to y'all, and I have 379 down 379. I think that's what it is. I guess I'll show you all those three trucks after this run, I guess. That should possibly put us at 2.5 hours. Hopefully that calculated towards whatever I already have in place already. So I'm not sure last week, but how long I streamed, don't know. I've been trying to keep up with it and trying to get some other stuff done. So that stuff has been completed. I can move on to other projects and stuff. So. Special shout out to CB coming through. Appreciate that. And another thing, when I've been playing SnowRunner, that's been like a training tool for some people to really learn from. I mean, I have fun with playing it myself, but that's for everybody to kind of, because a lot of people think that the game is really challenging. It's not. It's all about thinking. You have to think. You got to be point. You got to be point somewhere. Yeah, but oh, it's on the other side. I don't know what this truck is doing. Yeah, put the hazards back on again. Oh yeah. Yeah, and that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Anything I do, it's to help other people to learn. It's reach one, teach one. That's what my one of my coworkers told me. You know, and I understand the concept. You know, once you reach one, you can try to teach them, and that's why you know, even the job is even a little bit easier. I'm not no spring chicken, you know, but it has gotten a little bit easier for me. So a lot of things have gotten easier. Still hard work. You know, I'm not gonna just not tell anybody that it's not. But it's just all about how you tackle things. We all learn. That's what it's about. That's what life is. That's what certain events is. You know, anything you take hold to, you either learn the positive aspect or the negative aspect. Oh, we just got another achievement. And since this is a sort of a new profile, all it is a copy of what I already had put together already. It's just you still have to discover the cities and whatnot. So sometimes you feel like I'm starting over, but I'm not starting over. It's just the whole concept of making sure I have other profiles to be able to do what I want. I gotta put my John Ruda trader pack back in here. I know he got some nice goodies in there that I gotta look at. So, and I only had to take it out because I had some kind of conflict, crazy conflict, which I'm probably gonna have to probably put it in a different profile. Minimize my flare up. This sciatica issue. That's why I had chose a standing up job compared to a sitting job. So. Thing got a nice little whistle to it. I would have had it louder, but what happened is it would be louder than me, so I wanted to make sure I can be heard clearly, because that's always been an issue. For some reason, trucks will be louder than my voice, so I didn't want to always have it that way. So I got to try to, if I can invest in a mixer, which is all they're going to do is add more pressure on PC or whatever. Which I don't want to do. I'm going to try to keep things at a minimum. Alright, sir. Maybe a detour for the mental event. Traffic down. Right in the lane. I knew they was gonna be trying to hit me with that. Trying to hurry them suckers off quick. Riley. That was driving too fast. Wow. Crash. Much damage created on the truck. Ooh, man. That's terrible. Can I get off? Put the death lock in. Wow. Somewhat. Driving too fast and then the traffic came up on me. It was crazy. Yeah, traffic was, they had stopped so fast. So, if I can get the thing off the, this, I think I might have a traffic. Oh yeah, I did put that traffic mod in here. That's probably why it's bad. There. Traffic. They done had a crash too, right behind me. Oh, they ain't messed the load up. Gotta try to get out their way. Well, that's the way of breaking the ice. No, I'm good. Well, you see, I think the stream is maybe about a minute, like 30 seconds behind. In my phone. I got out of there. I wasn't gonna be out there too long. I wanted to see. Look, everybody got their. I feel like I'm about to go off road. It's technically my fault. Everybody crashing and stuff. But the run is almost over with. This is warm. Well, a little warm in here. And I'm about to be out of fuel. right.
Turn left.
We made it.
Turn left.
Channel 31, drivers 31 for that good time for a run down to Juarez, Mexico.
This is road end.
It would have me all the way over there. One. A nice day.
We have that lingerie night going on tonight for the drivers. Well, all those young, beautiful sisters going to be walking around and that's where that lingerie dancing up down that stage. We got about 4 more drivers.
I don't think I'm gonna sit.
5 more drivers.
We'll let them go on in the park.
Taking the channel 31, drivers 31 for that horse.
Try it. Foot ain't gonna make it. Maybe even make it, I don't know. Serious movers. He ain't gonna make it. Let them park it. Let's go backwards. Put it in there backwards. Oh, I'm late anyway. Lost money. And damage. Oh, I didn't damage. Show you all these other 2 trucks. Oh, 3 trucks. That's what I gotta figure out. Why this is doing this. So I gotta fix this thing anyway. All my darn videos look like that. So it's gotta be kind of for these. But I'll slide those on.
Channel 31, drivers 31 for that good time stand right down to Juarez, Mexico with the Wolfman. That is beautiful senoritas gonna be riding that by that lingerie, walking around that bar, dancing up there on that stage for you. Take it to channel 31, drivers 31 for that Wolfman.
area. I'm sticking with another typical. I'm trying to figure out too much time. Enough time already. Right. Customizing these real quick. So this one. Keep it up. Oh yeah. A long way. There it is. See? Curtis said Eddie. Eddie did a good job. Real good job. Yeah, but if you don't give these guys ideas, somebody wants the same boring stuff over and over. Being up. That's all. What else is great out there?
About another 30 minutes. We're going to try to get out of here in about another 30 or 45 minutes. It is a $15 round trip. That does include your free bacon and beer pack tonight and all the tequila you want to drink. We are having that large array that's going on tonight.
Large array,
Drivers, get out this Fishville party and stay within a hot beautiful refrigerator. Tonight is a $15 round trip. For free bacon and beer pack tonight and all the tequila you want to drink. We are having about 30 tonight. That bar dancing on the best stage food in the lingerie. piece of shit radio's working? The people need to buy fucking radios.
Okay, here we go.
Special clothes for this sort of hit. I had to sort of search for it. way. That's
More than have enough time there. Right there, eastbound truck. You got help calling? Eastbound about after 200 there, you got a big truck on the shoulder that just put his triangles out. He's walking there, tanker there. Yours there, Mr. Hendricks, if you want. This thing don't pull worth a darn. It act like it's heavy, heavy. What'd you say now? The load I got on act like it's heavy. Damn, boy, where you going with it? Slidell, Louisiana. I'm going out to Laredo. Oh, no, I don't go that far. Yeah, you might know it, but that's where my grandfather lived. That's where it's from. Hey, man. Speed down, power and all. At me. Give it a little dose of his own medicine. Okay, forward. Charlotte. Oh, shoulder. In the middle, about the 202 and a half. Got one. About that westbound truck that won't let me pass him. I sure do wish you would let me pass you, because you got some fly back of your trailer there. Audio, check. Audio, check. 1, 2, audio. Audio, check. Audio, check. For radio check, please. I appreciate the flowers there. We'll ask you, what's your 20-year, please? 194. That means you're heading up the hill there. Going towards Atlanta, right? Sure, you're talking to Missile Galaxy 959. They're hooked up to a power supply and a stick in the tree over here. On the other side of Fort McClellan there, if you look over towards those hills there, I'm kind of on the other side of them. Probably about 20 miles there as the crow flies. Yeah, I'm on the other side of Fort McClellan there. Kind of close to Weaver. But anyway, you mobile is safe out there, and keep the rubber side down, buddy. Have a safe trip. God bless, and thanks for the break. 959 the scratcher. And this old barefoot foot warmer will be standing by reading the mail. All right, right back at you. I appreciate the good word. Lord bless you too, you and the folks. We'll chat with you again here for long. Maybe I'm going to see you all get in the house and bail out. Think about that eastbound driver. He's sticking a coffee over.
right up there just past around the 205. Between the 205 and the 210 here. That's a no-fly zone, and they're working it pretty hard being Saturday night. You know, they think everybody's got all that money. Got all that money for the races there for coming up, and they want to take a little bit of that away from you there. So keep that in mind there when you go past the coops there on your left. Keep it there. It's definitely a no-fly zone. But anyway, take care, and hopefully you catch you on the uplift. Okay, I appreciate that. I'm at the 197 here now. We back and forth pretty regular there, but we behave ourselves up that way. There ain't got no change to be given out. So I appreciate it, Dad. We stop at 205 once in a while, get some coffee. You sounded good here now where I'm at. There must be a little better condition there at this location. But anyway, take care. Have a good day there. Kickbox are moving on. Right there, check. There you got the scratcher. 959 over here at Fort McClellan there, standing by, reading them out. In hole.
Breaker one, this is the Bandit, this is Snowman out there. Must have six, you put about 8.5 on me, blowing the windows out, bring it on. That's 4.
Get a hold of one of the owners of the company and just talk to him by phone, and he'll inform you of everything.
What company is that? By the way, where in North Dakota is that at?
And I can't remember what town, but it's straight up. If you take the 212, the 90, and you hit 81 or something like that, it takes you right straight up where they're at.
They got room for owner operators and stuff like that over there, truck drivers?
Yeah, they do. They provide housing.
What would be the name of the company you were talking about?
I can't remember, but I know one of the owners lives in South Dakota.
Oh, I got it. Williston, North Dakota, right?
Yeah, that's it.
With a special traffic announcement, major construction is underway on all interstate highways in the downtown area. Motorists should be prepared for lane closures, lane shifts, and delays. Speed is restricted in the construction zone.
Maybe they should have torn it into
Time to hit the road.
like 10 miles back there instead of waiting until we get to the fucking bridge. So far, so good. That wasn't too bad until we hit the loop around here again. Well, you got these car trucks that's going in the right lane on what you're from, and that's what's backing it up. When you do the right lane, you can fuck on. Next time, I'm going to say fucking stay and fuck anybody else. Yeah, right lane for 65 south,
Okay,
left lane
let's
for
find a new
65
route.
north. The right lane is the only one that moves.
Stay right, and then turn right. Turn right.
You know what pisses me off the most? Somebody
Ready to roll.
somebody and almost get past them and they speed up and they pass me back up in that slow lane. Come on. It says supposed to be running, wait, 53 now. Yes, now, what's the weather like behind you over in Des Moines, Iowa? That's a good deal. I wish I could say the same, driver, but it's going to be a little bit challenging. And
Time to get the job done.
going well. Came out of Cheyenne, the wind this morning. It snowed until all the way to the state line of Nebraska. And then it dried up, and it was the crossing or something else. Some parts of Nebraska were really bad. Happy Thanksgiving, brother. Happy Thanksgiving. Back over, don't cut us off. So we got to be on this road just like everyone else. So give us courtesy. We take longer to stop. We take longer to take off. Oh well, that extra 5-10 seconds waiting isn't gonna kill you. Also, there, driver, see what's on the shoulder that you're trying to get away from. Make room for it. We're all in this together, one step at a time, 1 mile at a time.
Turn left.
Even with the mirrors, there's still blind spots. Don't tailgate us even. We can't see you back there if you're tailgating us here in the daytime. Don't run on our brakes, you're screwed, you're going to hit us, and we're most likely not going to do it. You're going to be stuck up underneath our trailer, and we're going to drag you. Here, there's another truck tailgate you.
Turn right.
That gets pushed up under there. That car will be a low ball. About the right, you're going to get around this. Get around this. Just don't cut us off. Give us some room so we have to hit our brakes if we can. We don't hit you. So get around this. Move over slowly. Give us plenty of distance behind us, in front of us, beside us. Just in case. We're both steer tire and if swerving, we don't hit you. So just keep us room. But then you go in the restroom, and the restroom is this place with a tornado in it. You're wiping the counters and leaking things down. Keep doing that. Drivers out here. Sometimes we've done splits, so it'd be 48 on, 24 off, 24 on, 48 off, 48 on. So it kind of jump back and forth. So sometimes I'd work 3 days in a week, but it'd be 48 hours all at once and 24 off and 24 on. And sometimes
sometimes I would only work 48 hours in a week. But every 2 weeks I was bringing home $1,200 after taxes and everything. I can go ahead and truck drive and make $1,200 to $1,800 in a week. That kind of money? Well, I don't have it too bad. I'm home every weekend still, so I still do. About close to 3,000 to 3,500 miles a week, so my truck's not governed or anything like that, so I can still roll down the road pretty good. So, and I usually leave out on Sunday and get home Friday. You know, Saturday off and be back out Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I just bought a new truck. Now I'm parking my old one. I'm fixing to clean it up and sell it. I haven't heard you out here in a while, man. I don't know why not. I haven't heard you out here on the radio, you know. over there tonight? Yes, you are correct. Don't wash it. Don't go all wet. Yeah, you can't beat that right there, man. It's kind of cold today. That's right, man. Last week when I run up to Spring Hill, Tennessee, there, shit, at night time it was cool. I didn't even have to out of my truck. I didn't run to APU or nothing on it. Channel 31, got it 31, but I just got to stay right down the road in Mexico with that wolf man. It is a $15 round trip tonight. That does include your free bucket of beer packs tonight and all of the gear you want to drink up at the place tonight. That's the point. You can be up that lunch and those going on over there tonight with the drivers and all the young people and people in there. They're going to take that lunch and those going on. I'm going to say the bucket of beer packs. You let me know what you want, that's what we'll do. Take it to channel 31, drive us 31.
Yo.
Includes your free bucket of beer pack tonight and all the tequila you want to drink tonight. We're going to be pulling out of here probably about another 30 minutes. We're going to try to get out of here in about another 45 minutes. It is a $15 round trip. That does include your free bucket of beer pack tonight and all the tequila you want to drink. We are having that larger rate that's going on tonight. We're having a beautiful
Audio, check, check. Audio, check, 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 check. Radio check, please. Appreciate the floor in there. Well, can I watch you 20 here, please? 194, right? Means you're heading up the hill there. Going toward Atlanta, right? Sure, that's just you talking on this little Galaxy 959 here, hooked up to a power supply and sticking the tree over here. On the other side of Fort McClellan there, if you look over towards those hills there, kind of on the other side of them. Probably about 20 miles there as the crow flies. On the other side of Fort McClellan there, kind of close to Weaver. But anyway, you follow the safe out there. Keep the rubber side down, buddy. Have a safe trip. God bless, and thanks for the break. Nice touch, nice scratcher. And this old barefoot foot warmer will be dead by reading that. Alright, right back at you. Appreciate the good work. All that you do is the most. And we ain't getting that whole long, maybe. You know, get the house and fill out. Sorry about that eastbound driver, you said you got a copy of him. He get up there just past around 205, between 205 to 210 here. That's a no-fly zone, and they're working it pretty hard. The Saturday night, you know. They think everybody's got that money. We're going to shove that money for the races there for coming up, and they want to take a little bit of that away from you here. So keep that in mind here when you go back to Coops here with your left. Yeah, and keep it there, but definitely a no-fly zone. But anyway, take care, and hopefully you catch up to get left. Okay, I appreciate that. Now we 197 in now there. Yeah, we're back and forth in the very area there, but we've been hitting ourselves up that way, and it ain't got no change to be given out. I appreciate that. We stop at 205 once in a while, get some coffee. It sounded good here now, there must be a little better condition there. This location, but anyway, take care. Have a good day there. Keep on the road on. Check. Here you got the stretcher. 959. Over here at Fort McClellan there. Stand by. Read them out. Hit on.
Take a one. This is the bandit. This is Snowman out there. Mustard six. You put about 8.5 on it. Blow the winds out. Bring it on. That's four.
What company is that? By the way, where in North Dakota is that at?
I can't remember what town, but it's straight up. You take the 12 to the 90 and you hit 81 or something like that. It takes you right straight up where they're at.
And they got room for owner operators and stuff like that over there, truck drivers?
Yeah, they do. They provide housing.
What would be the name of the company you were talking about?
I can't hear a number, but I know one of the owners lives in South Dakota.
Oh, I got it. Williston, North Dakota, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Special traffic announcement. Major construction is underway on all interstate highways in the downtown area. More should be prepared.
Thanksgiving to you, my friend. Where you at? For 20 years I've been driving, I've been searching for those big radios. Never could find one. I went to Kmart one time, they laughed at me. Hey, westbound, what's the weather like behind you over in Des Moines, Iowa? That's a good deal. I wish I could say the same, driver, but it's going to be a little bit challenging and a little tough going right.
bad at all, but yeah, they're actually really cool to work with it where I'm at here now. Oh, yeah, right there.
Well, I'm just going on 554
Bye-bye. Command, Channel 254, Aiken, Nebraska. Back here. We need to rip our hands over.
from your frequency. You have a negative and you have a positive. That's it. I believe whenever I get on the band, I'm trying to cut the gates off. They don't be bad. Usually time over once again. 1, 2, 3. Control my power. They put it there. Take it up.
ready? The plane is uptown Washington, D.C. Get on down, and I will coming in. Skip plan 254 Nebraska. 254 Nebraska. In the love, King Solomon. Check in, my brother.
It seems like he know what's going on over there. That guy over there, he said, Ralph, it seems like he know what's going on over there. Sweep around with what you talking about. We're get on. Yeah, I'm trying to see it. Now I'm going down, I'll show you, man. Go to the hand. Oh, yeah, it's proud that we do shit quiet.
Alright, that's it. This is it. That's right, it's close here, but everybody just comes up. Click on this screen.